Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. I'm also trying to do a quick check for Big Gamey. I was just checking to see if his audio is coming through on clips. Moment, please. I'm being very quiet. Let me turn the music up while I'm doing this. Okay, there we go. So, welcome in. I'm awake. Welcome to another One Line of Code. I'm One Lion. Today is Wednesday, still a work day, so I will be continuing on with work product stuff. Here we are with somewhere that I left it off yesterday and worked a little bit on this morning, but this morning I spent almost the whole morning trying to fix an issue with Visual Studio not doing syntax highlighting and just a whole bunch of weird stuff that was happening in Visual Studio. But just before the stream, it is now all working the way that it should. Like a magic, thank goodness. Because it was really annoying not seeing if I was typing bugs into my code. Which happens anytime I put my hand to the keyboard. Anyway, so let me tell you where I am at and what is going on. I don't think, well, I mean, it doesn't matter because it's not going to save this or anything. So the situation that we are working on is we needed a way to be able to assign a field as the reference field for determining the next available lot number. Excuse me. And so we made the decision to put it in the toolbar, even though we spent a couple of streams setting up the template in such a way that we could override the folder. It's coming to me. The name that I'm looking for is Field Mapper Editor, and specifically a rule in the Field Mapper Editor. A row in the Field Mapper Editor's display of what fields you can map to. So right now what I'm doing is getting a file that we can use to show what it currently doesn't look like. It should open this time, but then there'll be some issues opening it again. Okay. So if you haven't seen the tool before, it is a way to import a CSV or Excel file, see the data in it, map it to a C# class type that we're eventually going to push to a database. So this is this is the button here for the lot reference picker. So the lot is a field in the data. Let's load an existing thing so you can see. It is a field that is required when uploading to our database, uploading these records, which are sample records, to the database. And the combination, the combination of lab and lot are supposed to be unique. We have a couple of labs now that are sending us samples. That are sending us test results. We send them samples. They do some analyses on those samples, send us the test results, and this is the tool to upload those results into our database. This lot number is expected by our database to be 4 characters. And the way that it currently works is that the lab that we had been using up until now provides this value as a 4-letter code starting from AAAA to ZZZZ. But the new lab is sending us, well, we don't really know. We are making the determination that this analysis batch is their equivalent of the lot number. So a lot is essentially a tray that has a whole bunch of test samples on them to include the control samples. So this batch number seems to be the discriminator, the thing that tells us what the lot was for this particular test result. And so we're looking for a way to map from this to that 4-character code, which again is going to be unique to the lab. It's going to be generated by this system. Yeah. Okay. That said, there were a couple of approaches. The first approach that I was trying that I thought might have been, I mean, there's more than a couple of approaches, but the thought that I had that might have worked was to take the field mapper editor, make the field mapper editor customizable in a way that we can control the content, not just the styling. So we can control styling using CSS, but to control the content would mean to be able to inject HTML into here somehow, or just replacing the entire field mapper component. But that means that any developer that wants to use the core UI that comes with the core library would need to recreate this entire component, subcomponents that are inside of it, etc. So instead of that, what we did was we made the component inherit from, or we're using a base class for the component that gets rendered here. And I'll show this here shortly. Loading. Oh dear. Can't handle that. So what we did is we now created this field mapper editor base class. We moved all of the code from the field mapper editor component that we were providing with the core library into this, oh, that should stay up there, into this render property. And I'll show that once I get this opened. Okay. So there is this render property right here that pretty much just, again, takes all of the UI that was there and makes it available by calling this, or by accessing the getter for this render property. Then all of the code behind was moved into the base class code behind as well. So we didn't lose any functionality, and then we replaced the usage of our field mapper editor, not the usage, the content of our field mapper editor that we are providing with the core library, with just this simple call to base.render, and then it renders out the content. Then there were a few changes that we needed to make for the usage of this field mapper editor. Instead of using the field mapper editor, what we did is we exposed an option or a configuration, I guess, that the developer can set up in program.cs, where they are configuring the data file mapper UI options. So they are letting us know, for example, which field mapper editor component type, so type of this thing, will be used in place of the field mapper editor. If they don't specify one, it defaults to using our field mapper editor that we're providing. If they do provide one, then it does some checks to make sure that it is assignable from field mapper editor base. That means that its base class is field mapper editor base. It is not abstract. It doesn't have any generics, and it's not an interface. And that will allow us to instantiate a new component every time we need one. So we tested that out, it works, and then the actual usage of it, which is what I was trying to get to too fast, was when the components that use it, which are field mapper wrapper editors, load, then they use this render field mapper editor, which is go out, find out if there is a specified type for the field mapper editor. Oh wow, how do we do this? Uninitialized. Uninitialized. So first we go try to find the options. If the user or if the developer did specify options, then we would have one here. And we would use the field mapper editor component type if it's not null. If it is null, then we would use our supplied field mapper editor. So you can, like, the goal is to have a whole bunch of these configurations available. You don't have to specify all of them. If you only specify the field mapper editor component type, then that gets used. If we add more to this, like let's say the data file picker, let's say they don't like our version of the data file picker and they want to do more than just restyle it. They want to reorganize the way that the component renders, the type of file picker. Maybe they don't like using the Blazor input file. They want their own custom input file that they created themselves. They could do that. We would essentially break this up into render main content, render input file, render file name. So they could split out or override any portion of this that they want without needing to overwrite the whole entire component. Okay, so that's how we ended up doing the field mapper editor and making it customizable. We can extend this to other components in this library to make them customizable. But again, you can see here where in the field mapper wrapper, specifically the flyout version of the field mapper wrapper, we're just rendering it by creating a new component of that field mapper editor type and then providing all of the parameters to it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, that said, back to the core app, back to our usage of the core app. So one approach that I was thinking for the lot was the pop-up dialog that has you pick the field or the mapping rule that we're going to use to determine the value to use to assign a new lot number. So that also includes setting up a database. I mean, both of these options include setting up a database table or some way to track what are the used lot numbers to this point so that we don't have duplicate lab lot combinations. And then we talked on the last stream about when are we going to do the lot number assignment. Are we going to do it while the user is configuring this so that they can see a lot number output? Or are we just going to do it when they push the upload data button and then have it look up the lab, whatever you're using as your lot reference field is what we ended up calling it. getting the value from that combined with the lab and seeing, is there already a lot number assigned to this thing? If so, use that number. If not, then assign a new lot number. Then if multiple people are also submitting lab analysis or lab results at the same time, we're going to be doing that add in a transaction, so that if one of them fails because, let's say, they're both doing it for the same lab, they both need a new lot number assigned when it's uploading the data, it gets a new lot number for one, then it gets a new lot number for the other. They're the same lot number for the same lab. One saves, commits, the other saves, commits, fails because now there is a duplicate lab and lot number. Retry the other one. Get a new lot number because now it will, it would need a new database context too, not just a new lot number. I need to write that down, because if we don't refresh the DB context, it's still only going to have the data available to it that it had on that DB context when it was created. So we would need a new DB context on fail. If multiple to commit transaction happen this, oh, right. At the same lot number, one would fail. So roll back transaction. Rollback transaction, retry with new DB context. Okay, so I have notes for that process. So we have a way of doing that by using this, but this isn't gonna, I thought it was gonna work. This isn't gonna work at the moment because of the way that I set up the UI and the backing fields for the UI. So for example, I'm assuming that by the time this is trying to render for the first time, we will have a source fields transformations available to us. Because here, and I'm finishing up the logic right now, we're creating, or we're getting / creating the lot reference mapping rule, which is held internally here. And we're either getting it from a stored value in state, because that's where we're persisting this until the upload happens, or we're just creating a new copy rule from scratch in this component. And if we're doing that, then the original logic was if the mapping state lot reference mapping rule was empty, then we create a new copy rule with all of this stuff happening below, which is setting it up so that we can have a lab lot relationship. There's something missing from this that I had before that we'll have to update as well, but that's fine. Because I didn't use a copy rule, I used a combined fields rule, and I turned the output into JSON. Yeah, so this is supposed to be a combined fields rule. Hello, TBD Gamer. Thank you so much for your lurk. Absolutely not a problem. Yeah, it remembered what I used before. So do I actually have this somewhere? I do. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so once I'm done talking through this, we'll fully understand what's going on. I think I want to move this into Oh man, I want to move this into state. If you guys don't know, I guess it's too early, but we'll do another shout out later since it will be long enough between now and then. But if you guys don't know TBD Gamer, he is a fantastic, knowledgeable, entertaining developer. I mean, entertaining for those of us that are just like, we love information, we love technology. Yeah. I'm kind of mopping myself into a corner. I don't know the phrase. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that TBD is a very, very cool nerd developer that if you're also a nerd developer, you'll appreciate, because he uses so many technologies in his applications. He's working on one called Liquid Sky, which I think is just Liquid with Dukabot. Yeah. And so that application is a project management and planning tool that is geared more towards separating the concerns so that the project managers are setting up the actual project information, the requirements for something that needs to be done. The developers are setting up tasks. They're doing stuff that are very, very specific to the development process and not being concerned with timelines and, well, timelines per se, but needing to come up with the estimates. Project manager is responsible for a lot of the project manager stuff like they're supposed to be, and the developers are working on the developer stuff. Yeah. Hello, Corbett. Thank you so much for the compliment on the shirt. I do love finding shirts like this. This one was a gift from my wife's parents, actually, which was very, very nice of them. Her mom has gotten me quite a few clever shirts that I liked. I have gotten a few of my own with some clever sayings on them. Sounds like a middleware between them. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth checking out his project if you have the time. He streams at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is UTC minus 5 currently. So that would make it, what, noon GMT? Noon GMT, if that helps. It's really cool. He also works on Mondays and Fridays on a side project called developers.stream, which I have a command for that I can't remember what it is. Oh man. Automated realms bot tables. You know what? I have the commands list right here. I don't know why I need to go to the table to look for this. Being special. That's my side project. No, I don't. Looks like just a copy. Actually, we're gonna make it now. I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna call it, but we're gonna make it now anyway. I have a little blurb for him. And I hope it's okay with you. I usually speak with a slightly more enthusiastic voice because I really do love what I do. I am very, very, I just love being able to write software all day, every day. But I'm a little low energy today, and I don't want to force any energy. I just want to be how I am today. So I apologize if it feels a little lackluster or low energy. I promise I am still super duper excited. Developers.stream. Yeah, that's a really long name for it. Access level 1, just to copy everything else. Usage count, command, true disable, true enabled. What is today? 2/19, 2025. So Corbett says, bro, I'm the same. I love programming. I do it for a living, and I'm at my job right now. Awesome. Just don't have any tasks right now. Well, very cool. I'm glad you are deciding to spend some time with us and hang out with us. And hello, Din. Do I know you? Because you know me, apparently, which is awesome. So my first name, if you couldn't tell, is Umberto. You can see it everywhere. I'm not worried about my name being out there. It's on my GitHub. It's on my LinkedIn. It's everywhere. That's me. Okay, so we need automated realms to refresh. Automated realms refresh commands so that I can use developers.stream. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can actually use a period. I don't think that I am splitting on non-alpha characters, so we should be able to use a dot. Let's try it. Just joined Twitch, but I clicked on your Twitter. That's how I got your name. Awesome. Well, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. Let me get automated realms to refresh my commands again. Rest easy, knowing the list of commands has been refreshed. Thank you, automated realms. A little dramatic, aren't you? Automated realms is an LLM, or it's a text. It's text generated by an LLM that's running on a machine over there. So it's a local LLM. Developers.stream. Can we do this? Yes. All right. That's going to be easier. So the actual URL for developers.stream is going to be developers.stream. He owns that domain. And Corbett says, well, I'm a backend developer, but have been starting to have to deal with front end. Everyone is. So basically becoming a full stack dev. Are you already working in .NET technologies on your backend? Or are you a Java guy? Are you specifically working on database stuff? Do you do the whole gambit? Tell us about yourself if you feel like it. No pressure, just interested. I don't ever want to make anyone feel obligated to type, especially if you're busy. Yeah. But the technology that I'm working in is Blazor. It is a .NET. I'm going to call it a UI framework. Everyone calls it a UI framework. It's not just a UI framework, but it is. Like, they have Blazor project templates, which are web applications and MAUI applications, so cross-platform applications that use Blazor as the UI technology. So when you think of Blazor, you're thinking more of an ecosystem that has the ability to be a full-fledged application, but really it's just a UI framework for using Razor syntax to build up reusable components for UI. Yeah. And would you like me to call you Deedon, or do you have a different name? Just Din? I love 1111 on your name. How long have you been, how long are you going live on Twitch? Just D. All right, I'll try to remember. Let me get my notes. All right. So just D, I'm kidding. So to answer D's question, they're asking how long have I been on Twitch, I think is what the question is. If you're asking how long I will be live today, specifically, I'll be live. Yeah. Okay. So I've been on Twitch. I've been streaming for about 5-6 years now. I think I started in 2018, maybe a little after. It was around COVID. It was before COVID because I was streaming in the office too. How you like it so far? That's a tough question. I really enjoy being able to meet. Oh, you replied to me. You're working with C#, .NET Core, and using Vue.js with TypeScript. Okay, so your current knowledge base is in JavaScript frameworks for UI. How do I like it so far? I really love meeting all of the diverse developers with differing opinions, similar opinions, just getting information from people I never would have met otherwise is super awesome. I really enjoy that part of it. I don't enjoy the trolling part that comes with being a Twitch streamer, but I don't even want to say it comes with the territory. I'd rather it not, but it is what happens. And I am willing to pay that price for now until it gets to be too much, to get the opportunity to meet with other developers. I've been a solo developer for a really long time. I spent maybe about 2 years working on a development team, and that was a couple of years ago. It was not a very good experience for me. I think I just got unlucky with the team that I was a part of. I don't think that would be the case every time, but it also was kind of like a culture shock thing to me where I'm like, I don't think I ever want to do that again. So I won't turn down the opportunity if it is the most beneficial opportunity for me if it presents itself again in the future, but at the moment it's not something I'm going to be seeking out. If I was going to work on a team, it would definitely be one that I selected. And yeah, I am. I'm doing solo dev right now. And by the way, just so you know, if you do offer me any kind of services that you are performing, I don't mean this in any negative way or assumption kind of way, but your account was created about 12 minutes ago. The way that these conversations usually go is you tell me that you're an artist of some sort, you want to help create some assets for the stream, something of that sort. So if you do that, just know that it's going to be an immediate ban, so don't bother. But if you are human and you're going to do Twitch, yeah, that sounds cool. So again, I hope you don't take offense to that. It's one of those things that does happen on Twitch a lot. So kind of weary around these types of conversations. But you're telling us about yourself, so that's awesome. Keep doing so. Just don't offer me anything. So you're thinking about doing Twitch, just haven't had the courage to start yet. Totally understandable. I am, despite how I look and how I present, I am highly introverted. I really don't like interacting with people in physical reality. I get very socially anxious around them. I don't think that's something I want to change nor need to change. But at the same time, I have this craving and this desire to share knowledge and get knowledge from other developers so that I have a diverse pool of wisdom and knowledge to draw from as I'm going through life and just enjoying doing software development. And I want to celebrate doing software development with other people. Okay, Corbett said, yeah, haven't really gotten into Blazor yet. Haven't really given Blazor a go yet. See, I'm already changing around your words. Maybe I could try, but the project is set now, kind of. Yeah, and it is kind of difficult to go from a JavaScript framework to Blazor. It is similar in structure, where you have these .razor files that are going to be your HTML with some C# mixed into them, and then a code behind file. You reuse those .razor files as components, as HTML elements and other components. So I think that's kind of similar in a lot of the JavaScript frameworks. I'm not very well versed in JavaScript frameworks, but I don't think it'll be too different of an experience for you, except that you'll be writing your code behind your handlers, your manipulators for how to display HTML on in your UI using C# as opposed to JavaScript. Okay, and then no offense taken. Awesome. Very resilient. Thank you. Then Corbett says, I'm frozen in work because the new project I'm supposed to develop is based on another project. However, it's supposed to get an update, and clearly it would happen before I start the new project. However, the new features are being pondered. So they're still in the planning process by the team leader. So I can't do anything. You could still. You are doing something right now. You're exploring your options for how to do UI. For example, you're seeing what so these are real life applications used at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, the place that I work for. Again, I'm a contractor, I'm a solo developer, contracted to work with them, maintain their applications, modernize their applications, my favorite thing to do. And the application modernization went from JSP, JavaScript Servlet Pages, to some Microsoft technology. At the time I got my hands on it, it was .NET Framework 4.7 MVC projects. And then over time, it turned into Blazor web apps, which is where the majority of them are now. President Not Sure is here. President Not Sure says, I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Yes, thank you. Bye, President Not Sure. It was nice knowing you. Let me just make sure I put the nice little band note on your. Okay, no, I'm not going to do that to you. Okay, so yes, definitely feel free to continue asking questions. D, on Fridays, if you want to discuss this more fully, I'll give you an answer to your questions, but they're just going to be like, hopefully brief answers because I have a lot of work to do. This is during my workday. But Fridays at 10:30, so in about 25-ish minutes from now on Friday, I have a community day where we just talk about whatever technology topics you're interested in. And we can have a deeper dive discussion, because talking about AI, talking about some things that are a little bit more on the, I don't know if we can talk about this side. I'm okay with discussing those things on stream, but preferably on Fridays during that community day time. That said, I will answer. So D is asking, how do you feel about the recent AI trend and all these tech companies started laying off people? No, you're totally okay. Please continue. You definitely do not have to stop asking questions. I want to encourage you to ask questions. I'm just letting you know that my responses are going to be a little bit more brief than they would be on Friday's community day stream. So the way that I feel about that, though, in summary, is that it's currently not affecting me. I have not been paying attention to that news too much. I typically don't really seek out news in that area. I look for things that are going to benefit my current situation, things that are going to make me a better developer, including finding out if there's something that I need to change about the way that I do software dev to be marketable or to continue providing value to my client and any future clients I may have. So it doesn't seem cool that companies, like, I don't know if this is a true statement that there are tech companies that are laying people off because of AI. But I do know that recently companies have been laying people off. AI also started recently as well. Those are two facts. I don't know if they're correlated or how entangled they are, I guess. So I can't make a comment on that per se, but otherwise, yeah. I'm not too concerned with it for my livelihood at the moment. And even if things did change, I would be very, very sad if I wasn't able to write code anymore, because there are systems that people can just talk to and it would generate an application for them, which I would love to be a real technology, but I would also dislike because I love writing code and it would take away the joy of that. However, I would find another thing that I am passionate about, maybe not as passionate about until I start learning how to do it, and use that as the thing that I do for a living. And Corbett is saying, I'm thinking of giving game dev a go. Yeah, I think you might enjoy it. Probably going to go into Unreal and make some games. Have you ever thought of trying it out? I have been trying to learn Unity a bit, but mostly because I want to make augmented reality and mixed reality applications. I have dabbled in doing some 3D modeling using Blender, using Maya, and then putting them together in a Unity project. And I would prefer Unity because it currently does support C#. It's I hear that Unreal is getting support for C#, for doing all of your code stuff in C#, but I don't know that I would enjoy using blueprints to make software do stuff as much as I would enjoy writing C# scripts in Unity. Just because I like writing code. Which is not dismissing it as a possibility. If that was an area I was going to go into, I would use whatever technology ended up making me happy and enjoy it. There are quite a few game developers in this community that use a combination of either, oh dear, hold on. Excuse me. A combination of, I was going to say either, but I'm thinking of three game engines that are popular among the streamers that frequent here, at least. And they are Unity, Godot, and Unreal. And of course, using GDScript, using Python, using C# as the scripting languages for those platforms. And of course, C++ and blueprints. Oh, that sneeze. But yes, absolutely have considered doing game dev for fun, but I really, my passion is in automation. It's in making applications for workplaces, for companies, for line of business applications that make life easier for employees of that company. Hence this import tool. Corbett says, I know the feeling about blueprints. I felt the same way. Changed my mind though. I'm going to be doing a hybrid project, both blueprints for the easier things and C++ for harder and more extensive things. Yeah, in that case, that's why I would prefer Unity, because it's like they have something similar to blueprints, I think. Again, I've only done a little bit of Unreal. I tried their tutorial projects and I didn't enjoy them as much as Unity projects, because Unity just felt more intuitive to me. But using shader graphs and other graph-based editors, as well as scripting in C#, which I already know very well, even though I do know some C++ from a million years ago. Oh my goodness. Sorry for all of the clearing my throat and nose. I'll try to mute my mic when I do that. Okay, so Gilgamesh is here. I have a C++ interview tomorrow. Awesome, congratulations on that. I hope you do amazingly, swimmingly, fantastically. How are you feeling about it? You have no idea how you're gonna do. All right, good to know. So I was considering moving this into the state, and in this application the state is the state class is the thing that's holding on to all of the stuff needed for my UI to communicate information back and forth between components and to the server. one of those things is in the template region. Hello? Why aren't you guys in a region? In the template region, I have this lot reference. And where are you suddenly not liking this nullability? Is the interface not using nullable? The interface is not using a nullable, and that's fine. That's totally okay. We're going to control this. No, we're going to have it public set. Again, I really do apologize for the low energy. I know that I could if I wanted to reach into the well, but I would really just like to be low energy today. You know? Huh? That's not a mapping rule. What is it? It's a field mapping. What am I thinking? Let's see. We get the new combined fields rule. Oh, that's fine. Let's make this a field mapping then. That makes sense. Lot reference field mapping. Okay. We'll get there. My resume is all on .NET C#. Yeah. Did they know this when they were contacting you, or did you make them aware of it? That is what I want. Very good. Okay, and that means that I also need to update you and you. And again, feel free to ask any questions about the application that I am currently working on, or just let me know more about what you're doing. Totally interested. Drink of water. And Corbett is saying, well, from what I've seen, C++ is mostly C, but with the concept of classes introduced and some other things. I found a video on YouTube that taught the basics in 6 hours. Like from knowing nothing to knowing the basics, it's enough to get you coding. Yeah. And I remember C and C++ from my days in university back in 2000. Long time ago. Back in the olden days. So I don't think that I would struggle too much with C and C++. I just don't enjoy programming in those languages as much as I enjoy doing software development in C#. Something that I am extremely comfortable in now. You're still saying that I didn't implement this. I did update the right thing, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'm updating you to be lot reference. Oh, this is models dot. That is not correct. Or is it? Oh my gosh. That is a tough one. Are you model field mapping, or are you the database? This is the database. field mapping. All right, I'm gonna do something fun. Anna. First of all, hello, C Films. I don't want to miss saying hello to you. I'm doing great. A little low energy, but overall, feeling great. And Anna, thank you so much for your raid. What do you like about C#? Well, one, I am most competent in it. I have the most experience with it. I like the ecosystem. I like the package manager. I like the flow, the syntax, the tools used for software development, the debugging experience. Even though it's not perfect, it's not by far, it's not perfect. All right, thank you so much for dropping by though, Anna. Thanks for the raid. I hope you enjoy your class. Anna is saying, can't say, you can't stay, have to rush to classes. Worked on my own mediator clone for my custom game engine. We have commands, notifications, and pipelines, and tigers, and bears, all figured out. Do you like object-oriented program? I do. And if you start quizzing me on what it means to be object-oriented, I don't know. I just know that C# is a language that is object-oriented. Okay, you need to be... Oh man, does that mean... No, good. Nope, you're in models. Okay, here's what I am most probably going to do. Except that I can't find it anymore. You are in a region. Collapse, please. I need to get to the user import templates. Final chat for today. Do you do some awesome stuff? Always great streams. I was wondering how Riz AI founder got 5 million with ChatGPT wrapper. No idea. That's not really something I have even heard of. I don't know what most of those words mean. I know what ChatGPT is, obviously. But again, that's not one of those things I concern myself with because it's not harming me or a threat to me in any way that I know of. I prefer to concern myself with, like, I don't know, the way... I wish I could remember the way that Nerd Herder said it on Monday's stream when I was going off on my extraterrestrial rant. Not rant, just rabbit hole, I guess. Where it's like, I don't really pursue knowledge in areas that aren't immediately or just aren't directly affecting me. Yeah, he worded it so well, but it's exactly how I feel. So there will be a lot of topics that you might bring up that I'll say that to. And again, I really don't mean any offense. I just am indicating that I probably wouldn't be a good converser about those topics. That's all. But there may be other people in chat that are. Okay. I wanted to go to the model for field mapper. Field mapper.cs. Really? Field mapping. Okay, my bag. Really? Field mappings. It's gonna be there somewhere. Okay, so field mappings, plural, dot, is not a thing. What in the world? This thingy here is what I'm looking for. This field mapping is what I'm looking for. I'm just gonna rename this. No, wait, this is from the I remember now. Okay, this class here is defined in the core library. I was searching in the solution. I mean, I was searching for a specific symbol, but that is what this is. It's a search of sorts. But the thing is, it doesn't exist in this solution. It exists in a referenced NuGet package, which is the core application, which I showed earlier. Which is this thing here. So here's the thing that I just am now trying to resolve so that I don't have to do workarounds and aliasing of namespaces and objects. Yeah, I mean, it would have still been the same situation. So if I tried to search in here, I wouldn't have found field mappings because it doesn't exist in this solution. But doing it this way, I was able to F12 on it, find out that it's from a referenced NuGet package. And that NuGet package is here, but thank you for the suggestion. So in this library, I created a field mapping class, and it's just called field mappings. This doesn't have anything to do with the database. This can be used completely separate, individual of a connected app of any sort. So here's an example of that. This is the open source version of the application running in GitHub Pages, and it's only this core library part. So if I pick a file, it's going to display the contents of that file. Here's the mapper for it to map specific fields from the imported file to our expected output C# type with the previews and stuff like that. Here's our preview of what it's going to transform our input file into, and that's the extent of it. That's what the library is intended to do, and it does it well, in my opinion. But the thing that it is, the thing that's happening is that we're using this library that has this core functionality in a specific use case, which is we're getting lab results that need to be transformed into an RTrack upload model and pushed to the database. Problem is that one of the fields, one of the tables in the database, I called field mapping. So there is a field mapping table in the database and a field mapping class in the NuGet package reference. And it doesn't make sense to rename the one in the database to something like field mapping model, which I was going to do if it was only in this library. But now that I say that, though, it might make sense to make it field mapping period, as opposed to field mappings. I don't usually make class names plural. So how am I running into namespace issues then? Is that actually what's going on? Excuse me. Show me a new field mapping. Well, let's do field mappings, which we should be able to. Yeah, so it is singular field mapping. Okay, so I called it field mapping. I'm in the wrong project. This is going to be confusing. I called it field mapping singular. Why was I saying field mappings? That's field, oh, because it's the property name. Okay, so yes, I called it field mapping singular in the core library. I called it field mapping singular in the database. And so one thing I could do to make it easier on myself is to have a global using. I think I'm gonna do that. Global usings. Let's see if I remember the syntax for this. Global using field mapper model equals global using, oh, I said field mapper model. Versus field mapper from the database. Field mapper table, field mapper entity. I'm going to call it field mapper entity. And this is going to be from, actually, do you have access? You should have access to the database. Data file database. What did I call you? Armit's Connection Manager Core. Dang it. Dot field mapping. Okay, and that way, wherever, do I do this now? Wherever I'm using field mapping from Armit's file import utility.models, I want to use this. And this will disambiguate the usage of the field mapping class between when I'm intending it to be from the core library versus when I'm intending it to be from the database. This does add some complexity if to any future developers. Since it's just me maintaining it, it's not going to be that bad, but future me is going to be like, where is this field mapping model defined? If I'm just looking at the code on Azure DevOps, for example. But I don't think it's going to be too hard for me to remember. Famous last words. No. Okay, let's find out where else we are using the field mapping. Just curious, do you prefer people asking casual questions or just technical questions? I don't like talking about the weather or things that are just, I don't know, in passing. Like, I don't find it to be an enjoyable conversation line. The things that I do on the weekend, the stuff like that. If you want to tell me what you did on the weekend, you're more than welcome to, but me talking about it, not so much. The things that I do talk about that bring me excitement are like my journeys through new knowledge that I'm gaining. And then avoiding topics that are pretty I always forget how I worded this. Things that the normal average person would consider to be of a political or religious nature. Especially if you are trying to stir pots and stuff. Like, let's avoid the topics that are just because you want to get a rise out of people. If you have topics that are more along the lines of you want to celebrate people and encourage people to have joy in their life, yeah. So that I think is related to the channel's content. So D is asking, tell us about yourself. How did you fall in love with coding? Back in 1843, I think it was, I was on a boat and I was on my way to the Peruvian plateau, and I had this thought that maybe one day humans would be able to communicate with each other over large distances in a very, very easy manner. No. You weren't asking about my origin story. My bad. If we talked about my origin story, then we'd be going all the way back to long time ago. But short version of my personal story. I mean, if you want to learn something fun and have time, you could try learning another language. I mean, I wasn't looking for that myself, but it is an idea. It is a thought. I'm enjoying my hobby. My hobby is music. My other hobby is software development. My job is software development. And that takes up plenty of my time. I enjoy using my time on that. But so for me, I grew up in a relatively normal situation. My dad was in the military. So I do have a music stream that, like, I'm again hobbyist. I'm learning. I'm just getting started with that stream, just getting started with learning how to do music again. But I used to do music a lot. And then I dropped it in favor of devoting all of my time to learning software development. Okay, fast version of my story. I was raised in a normal household, or what could be considered normal. We had our family issues, we had our family joys. I always felt alienated, a bit different than the majority of the people. I thought differently. I was very, very nihilistic from a young age, and just thought that the whole point of life was reproducing and dying eventually, continuing the species. And I didn't want to be a part of that. So I tried to opt out before. I can't tell you the long version because I have trouble coding while I'm telling this story, because I try to be careful about the way that I say things, because it may be triggering to some people. But so there were a few years of my life from about the age of 6 or 7 until 11 or 12 that are very, very fuzzy. They feel like nothing is there when I try to reach for memories during that time, which is probably normal, but it's been there my whole life. And the stories that I do have of that time come from my parents and the way that they told the stories, but I just can't access the memories in the way that I can remember Germany when I was 3 years old, or those types of things. Life is short. You can say whatever you want. So, around the age of 11 or 12, I discovered the internet. We got our first 18.8 dial-up connection. It was the best. 18.8K. Oh, it was so good. Discovered chat rooms, discovered chat clients, and I had a platform now to find other people who had this idea of this mundane but somehow beautiful life. I didn't remember it went up that high. 28.8. Oh, 28.8, I think. 28.8 and then 56K. So 56K was the highest dial-up before DSL. We did eventually get 56K, which was a huge improvement. Thank you so much for the follow. I forgot all of that. All good. So I found a platform called the Center for the Easily Amused, which was a chat room or a chat server that had plenty of rooms. And I was spouting all this nonsense about how pointless life is, how stupid it is to exist, and just a whole bunch of really negative. I want someone to agree with me or to fully change my view on life because this is stupid. I really don't want to be a part of this. I was born in Germany, yes. But both my parents are Puerto Rican. I was raised on mostly American soil because my dad was in the army and we traveled every 3 years or so. So I've been to quite a few states, mostly. but Germany was the only overseas station that I was with my dad at. He retired in Kansas. um, and so I lived in Kansas from about 10 years old until 27, 28 when I moved to Missouri. And yeah, so I guess to get to that part of it, I just to breeze through the stuff that happened in this chat room. Things happened. My point of view changed, and I went from, oh, by the way, I logged into that chat room under the name Freddy. And then I started using the name Freddy, even though my name is Umberto. I started using the name Freddy on all of my school papers. I just felt more identified with the name Freddy for whatever reason. This wasn't even in my purview, in my periphery back in those days, like the meanings of names, the and the power of words and stuff like that. But logged in as Freddy, was spouting all this nonsense about how pointless life is, how stupid it is to be alive. It's a really ridiculous system because we are being born, we're getting nourishment, we're taking more than we need from the earth, and this was just like my whole mentality. Yeah, exactly, that's how it felt, even though it didn't at the time, but looking back on it, that's definitely how it felt. But eventually, as a 14-year-old, I think is when it happened. When I was 14, I started listening to what some people were saying. And a lot of people were having relationship issues. And there were these young adults that were starting to talk to me in their 20s, early 30s, that were just like having a tough time with relationships. And I was able to give them neutral, I hope, objective advice on things they could do in their situations, different points of view. And then I started stressing just how living a more peaceful life and not really looking for, like, you can see the terrible, horrible things that are happening in the world, but looking for them is another thing. Like choosing to go out and find these things so that you have something to be depressed by, or whatever kind of kick you get from seeing other people's misery. Instead of doing that, start finding those things that are uplifting and like uplift other people on your way to doing that and help them out if you have the means to. That's what I started stressing. So get this new level of peace. Try a different perspective on life. And after a while, that was what I did. I started just talking about, hopefully not preaching, but it's possible it came across as preachy because I don't really see how I communicate as much as other people see how I communicate. So that's up to you to decide. I just started talking about how life can be as good or as bad as you want it to be. You get to choose. It really is your choice. There are things that are going to happen in the world to you, even though there are co-creative events that are happening with you, that seem like they're from an external source, and they could be terrible. So don't ignore those things, process them, see them happening, feel what you feel because of them, but have a deep inside knowing that you're taken care of, that you are someone that is able to have a body, and you are, because of that, it's evidence that you're loved. At the end. So move from there. 14 years old, I have a computer. I'm really, really liking computers. Now we're getting back to the actual question that you were asking instead of all this personal mess that I was talking about, which is, I have this computer, I'm helping people out, and then there are people that are now asking for technology advice. And so I start helping with solving internet issues, solving, coming up with clever ways to have um, your internet still going and be able to receive calls without the whole needing a second phone line and what happens with call waiting. And so all of that stuff. And then in my local community, all of the parents of the kids in my classes were like, can you have Umberto come over so that he can take a look at our computer? Looks like we have a virus. So I started getting into going through registries and finding software, malicious software on people's computer and cleaning those up. And then I'm like, I kind of don't like the way that the software looks as is. I wonder if I could make software. So then I started picking up VB6 in around 1998 or so and learning a little bit about that. At the same time, I'm pursuing my interest in music. So I learned a few instruments. I'm in all the bands. Marching band was probably my favorite band to be in. And again, really, really stressful time for my personality because of how many people I was around, but I craved it. I needed it. I wanted to be around it. I hated every minute of it. I loved every minute of it. It was rough. And then around 2000, it was solidified. I am going to be a computer scientist. I'm going to learn software development. At a young age, I wanted to be an inventor, and software development is adjacent, I guess. I'm still an inventor. So that's how I got my passion in software development. Went to university. They taught me how to persevere. They taught me how to do stuff that I didn't want to do in order to achieve the goal that they're expecting, which is you get a piece of paper at the end of all of it. But they did not teach me how to write software. After I graduated, actually during university, I'm writing macros and practicing VB script or VB for Microsoft applications. I'm writing MVC, or at the time, web forms applications for the place that I worked at as a human resources person. And then I eventually graduated, moved to my permanent position. I'm like, I really want to be a software developer. So I picked up more on .NET stuff, picked up .NET framework and MVC applications, and just kept doing .NET from there. So around 2011, I just was focused on doing .NET application development and automation. Automation was always there. Do you still have the same beliefs? I have. I've built on them. So I have a lot of core values that don't change very much, but I do adjust them based off of new knowledge, new information. And right now I have a pretty holistic, I would call it, belief system set up for myself that I don't ever want to push on anyone else. So that's one of those areas that I don't really want to go too far down, because that's bordering, and I feel like I crossed this line in a couple of streams already. That's bordering on distinguishing between religions and different belief systems, because that causes conflict. And I'm here to kind of promote camaraderie and let's just uplift each other. You can have those things and also be in a community that is just there to support each other, to do software development, for example. We don't have to divide ourselves by saying, I have these beliefs, I have these nuances in faith, whatever. So it is part of my story. It is something that I really, really wish we could talk about openly without causing so much controversy and potential for backlash. But in this moment, we don't really. So I prefer to just stick to software. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, the summary of my story is that I got interested in computers when I was when I was really young, actually. My dad had a Commodore 64, but I got really interested in software development around the age of 15 or 16 and went to school for it. Didn't learn software development in school, but I did learn some pretty cool values like perseverance, determination, self-respect, all of those cool things. And I became an alcoholic at university. That was a good time. Oh my gosh. That led to some pretty interesting things in my work life. And around 2017, I had a major situation occur in my workplace. And from that point on, I stopped even getting close to alcohol because I knew I couldn't handle it. So that's part of my story. And then I got a job as an actual software developer, and I've been doing it ever since. Okay. Now that I made that awkward, let's continue on. So, we are at I'm replacing all of the usages of field mapping, which I did a search for. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there were a lot of choices that I made when I was younger, and still choices that I make today that I am like, I feel like I'm making better choices the majority of the time, which is cool, but I know that I'm human and I totally mess things up. I make wrong choices. One of my core, I was about to say failures, but it's just a trait of mine, is that I'm addicted to frustration energy. And it's a thing that I don't want, but I still go out looking for it on occasion. Not even on occasion. It's like I look for things to get frustrated at. Dang it. I need global usings in here too. Well, that should have done it. In the models as well. Wow. We'll just do it all. Models, server, core project. But yeah, I don't use any of the I'm older now, I'm wiser now as an excuse for past behaviors. But I do integrate them, move past them, learn from them. And if ever I'm in a situation where there is someone that I had affected in a negative way due to my past behaviors, I am remorseful and I am honest about it. I don't act like it's in the past. You should just drop it because it's from way back when. No, it's still something that did happen, and I take responsibility for it. Honestly, don't feel awkward talking these things. This is how we build relationship and bond. And that's the other thing. It's really difficult for me to want to do that part. I know it's a human trait, but for me, like the hardest part for me, the reason that I shy away from things like that is because it's a societal expectation. And boy, do I rail against societal expectations. That's another trait, again, not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's just a trait that I observe in myself. It's like, why do I have to I have very little desire to establish bonds with people because that means more of my time is supposed to be devoted to maintaining those relationships. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend my time maintaining relationships other than with my wife. What I want, and this is probably selfish and terrible, what I want is the ability to opt into a social circle, have our discussions, enjoy our time, separate from that circle, and be completely separated. No ties, no expectations, no requirements. We're just getting together for that moment, enjoying the time, uplifting each other, separating. That is enjoyment to me. And that just makes it sound like I don't care about people. And people are the things that I care about the most. They are the motivators for why I choose the things that I choose to do. I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna say yes, and my parents are great people. They are awesome. They have loved me. They have supported me since I was young. They have made human mistakes as well, and I don't judge them for that. But I feel like there is that social obligation to my parents that I need to visit them every so often, that I need to call them on the phone on holidays, that I need to XYZ. And it's like, I didn't really opt into this family. I just happened to be born into it. I mean, I guess it's technically possible I did opt into that family, depending on how far you go into oversoul and soul contracts and all of that stuff. But it's still like, I lived with you guys for a very, very long time. I gave you a lot of my time, even though there's that section of time when I was just like, I hate everything. Life is stupid. And they put up with that. But does that mean that I owe them something for putting up with that, for raising me, or whatever? And it kind of feels like it's one of those situations where we did this for you. We expect you to do stuff for us. And I just don't want to be a party to that. It doesn't work for me. And so this is what confuses people, what has confused people that have been around me in the past. It's, I'm subjecting myself, I'm here, I'm streaming, I'm talking with you guys. It seems normal. Mapping entity. So what is all of this talk about not liking people? And again, it's all about the whole establishing bonds and the relationships like that feels very societal pressure. I'm not opting into that part. The part that I'm opting into is the camaraderie for that situation, for that moment. And then I want to be able to move on to the next moment. But again, my entire focus, the reason that I chose to do things this way, the software development stuff, is because I have this natural, and it's coming from here, love for humanity now, an appreciation for all of humanity, all peoples, regardless of race, gender, nationality, age. I don't think we need to do this in tests. We'll be fine. We don't need to do this in tests, because that's only testing the library and not the database. Okay, I have replaced all usages of the aliased field, what are these called? Field mappings with global usings. D says, I used to feel the same thing with my parents, the obligation to see, call them, but my perspective changed when one day I saw how old my parents got, the wrinkles on their faces that I've never seen before. Yeah, and again, this, I try to, I preface this phrase, or phrases like this, because I feel that I need to justify I'm not a bad person, because the worst thing that I could be is a bad person in my mind. But I don't feel that with my parents. I feel that my parents are the people that raised me. They helped me, they supported me, but they are everyone else. There is no special extra obligation to them. I just don't feel the guilt or the feeling of I'm doing something wrong by not wanting to oblige them in an insincere way. I feel that it's more harmful to be insincere towards them and to pander. Even though it's not harmful to them, it's harmful to my integrity. People are great at a distance, parents included. Hello, full of snubble. And by the way, this does get recorded, so if you're wondering whether I'm only saying these things because I feel some kind of security behind it, or I'm just making this stuff up, this is how I genuinely feel, and I am okay with feeling this way, knowing that this is recorded. It's going to be put on YouTube forever. So if someone went and saw this, they would see this side of me, this information about me. I can't even think of where we were. What are we doing? We are... Okay, we replaced all of those field mapping things. The situation that was happening that prompted this was that when I tried to lunch sounds really good. Yeah. Are you going? Oh, build failed. Yuck. My mouse is so dirty. But yeah, if there's one thing that I want people to get out of this stream, like the core there are two main reasons that I stream. Number one, being able to talk with other software developers that have opinions, again, that are either in support of my opinions, the way that I approach doing software development, or that differ, and they can talk about why their approach works for them, and then I can integrate it and use it. See a new perspective on things that I wouldn't have seen that way. For example, using Cake. Last Friday was an extra special stream, in my opinion, the Community Day stream. Again, it's on YouTube if you're interested in seeing it, where Snobble came into the voice channel and showed me how to set up Cake for the open source project. And it was awesome. It was a great time. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot from it. And that wouldn't have ever happened had I never streamed. You... That's going to change a little bit. Oh, no, it's not. We replaced this thingy here. Okay. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. All right, thank you so much for being here, Dee. I hope to see you again in the future. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday from about 1.5 hours ago until 2 hours from now. Yeah. Yopi rule. Okay, let's do lunch. Yes, I'm thinking about food. Why am I thinking about food? Still have a long day to get through. I think I'm gonna do this like this. Allow null. None of you guys are going to get initialized for those two. Actually, you can now be read only. Lot field mapping dot mapping rule. Except that is nullable there. I just know that by the time we initialize and this gets used, the mapping rule will not be null. I'm still going to default it to a new combined fields rule. Is that a good idea? Yeah, it's what I'm going to do. Okay, so the lot field mapping is now going to get turned into this. And it's going to be lot reference mapping, which is a field mapping. And you can't default to a new combined fields rule. You have to default to a new field mapping with the field name, the field name, what is it called? Is it just field? Target field? Oh my gosh, we just did this. Come on, brains. Field name. Yeah, why are you being weird? Is this not inferring field mapping? You should infer field mapping because we know that this is going to be null. Except that this is not nullable now, right? We removed the nullability. So this will always be populated. Cool, got it. All right. The problem is that I cannot, in the field mapping, create my two rules because this is read-only. Right. That was cool. The music was doing its thing, and then there was like a part where the music calmed down and my phone did the notification vibration and it was right on beat. It was perfectly placed. It was fun. I wonder. Oh, I wonder if anyone will hear us. If we do a get, how many rules does it break? Not sure if you're interested, but we won a 1 kilobit demo competition the other day. Congratulations. Absolutely. Again, I love celebrating victories with other people that want to share their victories. So yes, absolutely. As far as demoing or showing the winning software, I'm sure you have a demo of it. I kind of want to get through this first at minimum, but I would be happy to share that too with all of the wonderful peoples. It would be best left for Friday stream. But otherwise, if you do want to share it now, it'll take me a minute to get to, but we can definitely get to it after I finish this thought process. If lot reference, no, if this thingy dot source dot mapping rule is null. Let me do it this way. Yes, yes. 100% welcome to do that. That sounds amazing. I would love to hear it. What I'm going to do is make this into a static getter. And the way I'm going to do it is make a static field. Nope, this is a mapping rule base. And this is going to be a backing field called lot combined mapping rule. Set it equal to this and have a property mapping rule base lot combine mapping rule point to lot combine mapping rule dot clone. That way we get a new instance of it every single time we request one. So down here, if the mapping rule of our lot reference mapping rule is null, then we'll set it to the cloned mapping rule, as well as initializing this to the cloned mapping rule. You can't do that because that's a mapping rule base. Try again. And what we're going to do is we're essentially going to use this property when we are done uploading a file to reset the lot mapping rule, or when they pick another file. We could reset the lot mapping rule if the current field for this mapping rule does not exist in the file that they are using. Yes, good idea. The other thing that we need in the mapping rule, though, is if the mapping rule dot source transformations, but you're nullable, right? You're not nullable. Okay, so dot count is 0. Then I'm going to create a couple more static variables to hold yeah, to hold the lit. Maybe. Oh. Am I making this too complicated? Of course I am. Question is, why wouldn't I? You are read-only, right? What am I thinking of? I am thinking of a number between 2. I'm thinking of being able to do this field transformation add, because the other thing that's happening is for the field transformations, the lab rule, I want to make a constant value. Which is where? I don't see that. It is this here. Yeah, okay. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to just type it out here. So this is the lab input transformation. This is the lab import value transformation. Input value transformation. Which I guess I'm just going to call them lab transform and lab value transforms. One more rename, lab field transform. I just want to be as clear with myself as possible, because I know that I'm going to move these up to the static property. I will add, then we will add first the lab transformation, then the lot reference field transformation. Oh, words. For now, we'll get rid of this until I can think again. I keep alt tabbing like we're ready to test this out. We're not ready for that yet. So we're trying to use this here. And so now that we have those, everything should be set up, because when we try to get the lot reference mapping, we're going to make sure that that lot reference field mapping has the appropriate mapping rules to specify the lab and the lot. Those are going to be controlled by the application only, so the user doesn't have the opportunity to create their own additional mapping rules. The most that they're going to be able to do is configure the lot. And I am considering making it to where we use the lab field transformation, if there is one, to get the lab value, because they've already configured it. That would be in there once the app is running again. But that means that we no longer need this, at least for the current state that we're in, which is Colorado, for those of you wondering. Speaking of Colorado, last night I got to see something called pillar lights. It just was very conveniently interesting that I got to see them last night. There is no such thing as... Aha! This should be the lot reference lot field mapping. But it was just cool because we were looking out and it was very, very dark outside, and there was just like right where the mountains are really far away from us. They are maybe about an hour to our west, and our window kind of looks between a couple of houses and we could see the mountains pretty clearly. And there was this beam of light that was just going straight up into the air. It wasn't at an angle or anything. It was just straight up into the air. There was another one somewhat close to it. And we looked up what could have caused that, if there was some natural phenomena, and there is. And it's called pillar lights, which was really, really cool to see. It was just weird because it had like slightly shown up, faded out, shown up, and then it shone very brightly, bright enough for us to not mistake it as a pillar of light shooting straight up into the sky. But then I looked it up and I broke my trance. I broke my illusions. And it was just something called pillar lights, allegedly. All right, so we're still getting some errors. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, we won't go there today. But it was cool. It was cool to see. I mean, regardless if it was a natural phenomenon or not, Pillar Lights, Colorado. Yeah, I wish there were some that were just very, very faint, because it was a single light that just. This is the work stream. Today's Wednesday, Thindle. Wednesday. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm still getting the sequence contains no elements. It looks like we're trying to access the something from here immediately, and it's probably this property. No, not entire solution. Dagnabbit. Not Control-Shift-F. A great stream yesterday. Yes. Wait, more lion after 2 hours though? No, I am ending at 1 my time. So in an hour and a half-ish. Great stream. Glad to have you back. It was really good times over on your channel. So if you haven't seen Thindle's channel, he is a .NET developer as well. He was having mostly a talking head stream, but he was doing software development at the same time. I don't know how you managed it, but it was cool. Slowly is how he managed it. It was great to be able to hang out on your stream again, though. It was a fun one. Yeah. Okay. No, leave that like that. Almost 2 times the length. So how are you, mate? I'm a little low energy, and I'm not doing anything about it. I'm just letting it be what it is for once. Like almost every time that I feel low energy, I'm able to activate that unlimited well of energy, but I just don't feel like doing it today. I just kind of want to be low energy. Let my body recover a little, maybe. So what is actually trying to access one of these? I don't know, but let's F9, run and debug, and figure out why these are getting called before we're ready to use them. Or I guess it wouldn't be this first one. It would specifically be this. So any of these that have .first or .last are getting called before I am preparing this variable, the lot reference mapping rule. I am going to go ahead and do this. Because what are the chances that one of these are calling this, but they're getting a new combined rules field back? Yeah. Let's find out together. We're here together. Okay. Hopefully this is with the debugger attached. I think it is. All right, we should have hit the breakpoint because we are in the lab data service. Where are we in lab? Oh, because you're getting the... Wait, what? Oh, okay. While we loaded the file, it was doing the template getter, which we had breakpoints at. Whoops. Okay. So yes, here it's trying to access lab input value transform. And that's before we have set the lab input transform, because this is throwing an exception. And that's because this has no source field transformations. But if we F12, whoops, dang it. I was trying to step into this. I really meant to step into it. Then it's most likely going to... Oh. Yeah, I need another breakpoint. I don't need another hero. We need to know if that is getting, if this is getting hit before this line. If it's non-destructive, you can always use go to statement to jump debugger back. Yeah. Yes, agreed. And it's potentially destructive. No thanks. Not for my debug window. But I was trying to go to definition, is what happened. Okay. We are doing this first. And in our getter for this... Wait, what? Oh, right. In our implementation of the getter for this, we should be doing this. No, my keyboard. Everything is just starting to be like, I'm tired too. If you're allowed to be tired, I'm allowed... No, you got to get plugged in. You got to keep working here, little keyboard. Gomenasai. You can have a break while I'm cooking. Yeah, I did a step into. I hit F11 instead of F12. Lunch is water right now. More water. Dinner, which is going to be the next meal that I have, is going to be... I don't know, actually. What was our last meal? Some kind of pasta, some kind of noodles. I'll tell you after I get through this. Okay, so mapping rule is combined fields. If the source field count is 0, which it is, we're going to add the lab transformation and the regular lot reference field, which means that our source field transformations is still 0. You're doing this wrong, you special friend of mine. I let Copilot drive. I was too busy thinking about all the things that I just said. And I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Let's try this again. Once, dang it. Hot reload, how dare. Thindle's saying, I had pizza for lunch, so I'm not having dinner. Cool. Yeah, I had a Kind ice cream bar before starting the stream, so it was still kind of like a second breakfast because I had it at like 9 a.m. my time. And I've only had water since then. And it's currently lion time. UTC. It's currently 11:30 my time. What about 11Z's? Yeah, totally missed them. Got skipped. But yeah, water is my 11Z's. I had tea during Bit Gamey stream, which I don't usually have extra cups of anything other than water throughout the remainder of the day. Step into, we are now trying to get, wait, I did a step into and it jumped all the way to here, which means that we were accessing this already. Oh, because we are during the clone. Okay, so now we have 2 source field transformations by the time we exit this getter, which means that these are no longer going to fail because they exist. Look at them go. Look at that. Oh, sequence contains no armors, because I'm probably doing the same mistake. Which is, instead of using the add transformation, I was trying to add it to a read-only list. That makes perfect sense, right? I mean, a immutable list. So I was calling .add on this, which you can call .add on this, but it'll give you back a new list with that element added, which is not what you're expecting to happen, but that is what happened. Okay, one more again. You're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Just crash already. It's fine. Why are you doing this so many times? There's no circular reference there. Weird. Okay, should have crashed. Totally okay. We get it. We get it. Okay, let's find out what's for dinner. Dinner is not spicy rigatoni, although it is tasty. I'm not logged in on this browser. I keep thinking that I'm logged in on this browser. Dude. Not cool, man. Not cool. Don't steal my focus. Okay. That's tomorrow. Delivery history. These were so good. Divorciados. Had this yesterday. So yeah, sweet and spicy noodles, no chicken. Yum. We get broccoli, carrots. We usually eat the peanuts separately. Noodles. The types of noodle is wonton noodles, I think. Wonton noodles. Oh, and my favorite sauce from them. Yeah, just stir fry. So you mix the sauce together, add a little bit of water, cook all of the ingredients, vegetables first, if the noodles aren't pre-cooked, then you boil the noodles. Yeah, the red one. Exactly. No, this is sweet chili sauce. Sorry. There are two red ones. This is samba olek, which I do love as well. It's very spicy if you put too much of it. And I put too much of it on my stuff. It's very tasty. Oh, and black bean chili, that's what this is. There's also a fruit of death on the bottom right, aka a red bell pepper. And mushrooms. So yes, that's what's for dinner. Oh, no, just red bell pepper. Not too spicy at all. There's only one or two dishes. Well, they have a bunch of dishes that they do jalapenos. They only have one dish that I've seen so far that had a ghost pepper. And that was too much for me. Okay, so we don't currently have source field transformation, but we do now. Oops. And we can see that here. Mapping rule with two source field transformations. The one that was missing was the value transformation from the first rule. Was it? Yes. Oh. This is why this is a bad idea. I have a better idea. Okay, this was a bad idea because this relies on the source field mappings to be in a specific order added to the list. In our state, we just added the lab field transformation first and then the lot transformation. The problem is that here I was saying, give me the lab transformation by getting the last element in that list, and the lot transformation by getting, or lot reference field transformation by getting the last element in that list, and that, or the first element, and that's reversed. And I'm like, it's okay because I'm the one controlling what gets assigned. Instead, the better approach would be to create, in my opinion, would be to create a new object that will hold explicitly the lab input transform and the source field, the lot reference, essentially. So pretty much this entire object here. That's what I'm going to do. That is going to be in models. And this is going to be called, what are we going to call this? Hey, yo, away. What are we going to call it? Dukkha? Whenever you struggle with naming a thing, just start it with dukkha or end it with dukkha. We're going to call it the lot reference mapping info. Dukkha makes everything better. Absolute. Okay. You uploaded the DLLs. Yes. I saw when you dukked the variable. So Thindle is saying, I duked a variable yesterday. It was the name of a dropdown, uploaded the DLLs, didn't upload the HTML file that contained the actual field, and then the product page went. Got the bug report at 8 a.m. I went to bed at 4 a.m. Bad times were had. Yep. Yep. Always remember, kids, when you push to production, test production immediately after. All the things that you touched in your application, make sure that they look fine in production. Even if it's 4 a.m. Or just don't push. If it's going to be 4 a.m., don't push. Maybe that's a better rule of thumb. Okay, I'm taking the minimum amount of things that we need, which are going to be the interpolate field transformation, which we're just going to make a value transformation base. You blame an audiobook, which one? If you feel like sharing. You definitely don't have to if it's not something you're wanting people to know. Oh, nice. I know how to keyboard. Looking for lessons, please help. Mistborn, I've heard of it. That's about it. Right, so this is going to be a value transformation base. That way we can save room to allow the user to specify. Crap, but we need to know the field that it's coming from. Mars the Forger. So the minimum is actually going to be, for this one specifically, the field transformation for lab transform. You're going to have a private static, whatever this is, read only, template. Are we doing anything special? We're creating a new interpolate operation. This one. So this is going to be our default. Moke, moke. Everything good? Everything good. Moke, yeah. Thank you. Very yes. Get set. We're going to have a constructor that will make sure that our lab input transform gets field, not field. This is field mapping is what I keep reaching for, and I keep putting field transformation. Field mapping. Field is going to be name of our drag upload model dot lab. Field name. Field name. Very good. Very good. Oh, I feel it's very uneasy. I don't feel like I'm going in a direction that I mean to go, but I like this direction. I like this direction a lot. So field mapping is going to get a mapping rule, which is going to be a copy rule by default. With a source field transformation Yeah, we can't do that. We can't give it a rule. I mean, we can't give it the field yet. Right. You're going to be a new constant value rule. For now, we may make it, again, like I said, so that the user can specify a field mapping transformation completely for the lab input. But for the default, it's going to be a constant value rule with a field transformation of this thing. Okay, so this is where we need the value transformation. No, it's called a field transformation. No, it's not. This is a value transformation base. I'm so confusing myself. This is the lab field transform. Which is just going to be a new. Oh, okay. That is one thing that I've been meaning to turn off. I thought it would be helpful. Visual Studio tried to help us out with one of their many updates. With if you have something selected and you do something like quotation mark, it automatically does the surround. In most cases, I would prefer that it just replaces so that I don't have to push the extra Control-Z. Same thing with parentheses. If I wanted to do surround with, then I would right click and go surround with, wherever that is. Quick actions. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't really use the surround thing very often. So I wonder if it's actually an option that I can turn off. Select subword, double click. Automatic delimiter. Automatic, no. Enable brace colorization. Automatically surround selections when typing quotes or brackets. Okay, we're not doing that. I appreciate you trying to be helpful, but it is not helpful for me. Thank you. May you know you were loved. New constant rule value, then we will add field transformation, lab transform, clone. Yeah, and we'll do this part once. Yeah, we'll do this once on the in the constructor, and then we shouldn't ever have to change it after this. Right? Right. And then we'll clone that after doing that. And then anything that we do on this lab field transformation will happen on the cloned value inside of this lab transform. Cake. Oh, I feel so uneasy doing this. The next one was the lot reference transform. I'll put comments on here shortly, but it's a big but. This doesn't seem right. Mapping rule is that. I'm missing something. Okay, yes, right. So the reason that we're setting the transformation detail to string empty is because we're providing an input that will manipulate that value. Okay, I remember. Otherwise, this defaults to curly brace, that curly brace syntax that we're using in the application to denote a placeholder. Yes, I remember. I remember everything as if it was only yesterday. Oh yeah, sorry. Mistborn is Brandon Sanderson, which we are going to read someday. Same guy who ended the Wheel of Time series after Jordan died. Yeah, I'm definitely going to read Brandon Sanderson someday. Right now, our the material that we've been reading, like we still have a Michelle West book or two to finish, and I love her writing. It's one of my favorite fantasy authors ever. I haven't had the opportunity to read Brandon Sanderson yet, although I do hear he is fantastic. The other one that we had read was Stephen Erickson, Gardens of the Moon, and the Book of the Malazan, and I forget what the name of the actual series is. It was a bit too gory for me, but still enjoyable. What am I missing? I am trying to add a default copy rule, I think. No. Yes. So why am I making these static read-only variables? Because I'm imagining needing a reset. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do then. Let's create a reset method. We'll expose it. And what the reset method will do is set everything back to the default. Which is why I want to, which is why I want to do this here. Come on, brain. You know you wanna figure this out. We're gonna have a private static read only. Like, does it really make sense to do this? Why not just go ahead and instantiate new values in this reset, since this is the only place it's going to be? Good question. I appreciate you asking. Thank you for calling that to my attention. We will do it that way. I'm still confusing myself though. Hold on. Is that what I wanted to do? That is what I wanted to do. Yes. All right. And then you become a new one of these. Hello, Juan Van. Happy Wednesday. As Big Gamey was saying on his stream, it's hump day. Mike, what day is it? Mike. Okay, you're going to be a new field transform. You're this. Wow, we might even need to do this too. No, where did my my magical one go? This is lab rule. This is the lab rule. Constant value. Hard track. Okay. Okay, that's one thing. Since we're calling reset, I am curious to know if the Roslyn compiler will know that we are initializing this property in the constructor, even though we're calling a separate method. I'm not seeing a green underline saying that this is, oh wait. Okay, so this is where we get to use some fun attributes. There is a not member not null when not null when not null. There is one of these that will tell us. Oh, yay, that worked. Okay, so it is this member not null, and then we give it a params, kind of looks like, of which members will not be null if this method is called. And since we're calling this method in reset, then in the constructor, since we're calling reset in the constructor now knows that by the time it exits, these two are guaranteed to not be null. So we actually need to make that true though. So lot reference transform is going to be a new with field lot copy rule height. The lab will get a value transformation of interpolate, and okay, that's confusing. Your field mapping. Why am I not using that here? This is the field transform. This is the field mapping. Okay. And that should take care of everything, right? That should take care of everything. Okay, just a constructor. Duh. Of course that's what it does. Move that. All right, so now we need to use this class, which means we go to our state and we replace the usage of just the field mapping model with the lot reference mapping info. We need to update our state class to use that. And now we are okay with just doing a getter and setter. Oops. Cake. All right. And the only thing that we should have to do is initialize this thing, and we will have access to those mapping rules, the field mapping and the value transformations, allegedly. So then in our usage of it, in the lot reference picker dialog, we should now be able to use that class. I need to be able to clone. I need to be able to clone it. We'll do that in a second. But we're going to use that class here. All right, and then I'll update the rest of these here in a second, but as mentioned, I need to be able to clone it because when we're in this dialog, I want to be able to work on a copy of it until the user clicks confirm. That way, if they click cancel, the rollback is as easy as just release all of the objects that were used for this. We're not updating the instance that is stored in state, we're updating a copy of that instance. So let's add the clone method. And there are two. I still don't know how I want to do this. Like, I want to be able to have an iClonable of lot reference mapping info. And that way I can make a public lot reference mapping info clone, which we can do. It's just we can't use the interface iClonable for that. It's just a method, you know? Okay, turn you into a method expression, I think it's called. We don't need to explicitly restate the type since it's inferred from the return type, and we're simply setting the two properties in here to the clones of those properties. That's perfect. So now we have clone, which is good. All right, we'll get to that in a second. So we have our lot field mapping, which we know we're going to set on initialize. Our lot reference mapping how about lot reference field transform? That way I don't get confused. Why did you do that? Lot reference field transform, because this is explicitly talking about the lot reference field. Okay, so the lot reference field transform is going to be our lot mapping field dot lot reference transform. Simple. Cannot convert from field mapping we can't call you reference field transform. You are the mapping specifically. By the time we reset, it's not guaranteed. I'm going to move this down below all of the lab stuff. What I guess I should do in order to unitize this is extract this as a method called init lab field mapping. And then this would be init lot reference field mapping. Okay, and then we'll put this attribute on these two, but for their specific property. And swap them around because, as we all know, lab comes before lot. Everyone knows that. Oh, you did that thing. Okay, so what do? We set up the initialization, right? I was verifying that we have everything that we need when we exit these, but we don't, because we don't have a value transformation. We don't even have the field to use, which is okay, I guess. So we're going to do field mapping, and we're not going to do the transform. We're going to do lot reference field mapping. Goodness. Which is this thing right above it. Nope, that's the mapping rule. I don't know why we would need this. The mapping rule will never be null here, but the compiler doesn't know that. So I'm going to leave it defaulting back to a new combined fields rule. Reference field mapping. Then our lab is going to be, yeah, like what I would really prefer to do is skip this step. But I mean, we need the lot reference field mapping because we need to be able to set the source field transformation when the user selects a value from the dropdown. And I'll show you that here in a half a second. Ready? 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 All right. I looked away. What was I doing? Dang it, why would I look away? So lot field mapping. I don't know how I didn't copy that. Dot lab input transform. Which again, you are not a transformation. You are the field mapping. Lot input field mapping. And this is where I need to just be absolutely certain that this is going to be populated. So the mapping rule dot source field transformation first. Which is going to be a new field transformation, which I think needs a field. Gosh. I need to go slower. I need to go a lot slower. I am. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I am replacing the call to the lab mapping rule by getting it directly from our lot field mapping info. I'm getting the lab input field mapping, which we're just going to call lab field mapping. Lab mapping. We know as the developers of this code that by the time we get here, our mapping rule for the lab mapping is going to have a value because we're controlling the code. However, we can't be guaranteed that some change in the future would cause the the mapping rule in this lab mapping to become null. So one thing that I would want to do then is on initialized. After we do this, we want to make sure that our mapping rule has a field transformation, which I kept up here somewhere. No. Confusing. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to figure out how to initialize the field transformations for the mapping rule for mapping to lab if the mapping rule ended up being null. Yeah, which is going to be like, if I set it here, if I do if this is null, and I use the is because it's a safer way of making sure that there is no overload on the equals equals. So I'm making sure that the mapping rule is initialized here. Thank you for doing that, Dukesoft. I'm assuming. I mean, you're the only one that can. You're just being very, very sneaky today, like a ninja. He is, Big Amy. He is. You don't have to if you don't feel like it. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is initialize this mapping rule to a new constant value. Or what if I made the init mapping rule? What if I made these two public? He's kind of afraid to come here probably because of my recent topics, which is understandable. Shouldn't talk about Big Amy anymore because I'm going to show up on his screen pretty soon. Initializes the lab field mapping. All right, Thindle, see you later. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your times. Ciao for now. I'm gonna go to my ending stream. No, I'm not. That would be mean. Oh dear. Oh gosh. I can see myself. Help. Help. It does too. It does too. He's lying to you. Don't let him lie to you. 1 plus 1 does equal 10 in base 10. Don't let him lie to you. This is very distracting, Big Amy. How dare. Okay, so init field mapping, we're going to be able to call this from over here. So if the mapping rule is null, then we're going to init field mapping. And we're going to do the same thing for lot, where if lot, wait, that was lot. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. Lot reference mapping field is null, then we're going to init. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Oh my, we're being rated by the Big Gamey. Surprised. Wow. So you guys saw a shout out to Big Gamey not too long ago. Thank you, Dukesoft, for that. Big Gamey is a lovely and amazing, wonderful person. Hello, fellow nerds or grunge. Amazing human being and being as well. Entity. Redeemed acting lessons. I could work on it. Hold on. Before you get too far, since it hasn't been used, I'm going to refresh the bot. Whoa, that was dizzying. Oh gosh. I'll welcome you all in a second as I stop and restart the bot. Oh dear. Okay, I didn't need to restart the bot. Yay, it just worked. Rawr. Okay, hello, welcome in. If you have never been here before, I am One Lion. I'm a .NET software developer, application developer working for a client. I am streaming my day job. We are in the middle of getting this feature together that is part of this application. I will eventually stop saying but not yet. Hello, Nerduino. I have some questions for you, Nerduino, but I won't bother you with them. Just because you are into astronomy and all the science things, I have been talking about various outer Earth topics on occasion, and yeah, I thought you might have some insight on some of the things. Okay. Beyond that, though, without going into that, let's just continue on instead. I need to complete this. So the application that I'm working on, by the way, currently is a data import utility. We made an open source version that is still in development, but you can preview it on the Automated Realms GitHub, github.com/automatedrealms. Automated Realms. I did put it as my side project. Do I have a dash there? Okay, I don't. So you can definitely check it out here. It is a tool that is intended for another developer to consume this NuGet package. Well, it's not fully a NuGet package yet. We'll create some releases. We're in the middle of setting up the NuGet build pipeline to get a release generated, and then we will push this to NuGet once it's more solidified. So it'll be available to the public. It's an open source project, so you can go in, play around with the code, improve on it if you want. I will accept pull requests. I will probably be slow to respond to the pull request, but I'll do my best. But what it does, again, you can demo it, is that it helps you to take a CSV or an Excel file with or without a header row and a whole bunch of data in it, and convert it or transform that data into some target C# type in your application. Here I am mapping the lab sample ID field from the incoming data to the lab sample ID C# property for the test class that I have in the sample class. So sample type maps, dilution factor maps, these were automatically mapped because they have matching field names. So this is lab sample ID with spaces with different capitalization, but it saw that there is a property named lab sample ID. They're close enough. So let's go ahead and automatically create a rule to map one to the other. Same with sample type, dilution factor, and CAS, whatever those mean. And then there are these two extra fields called ignore fields. They don't have a matching property, but if you wanted, you could set ignore field 1 to map to, or to map from %moisture, and ignore field 2 to map from low limit. Just random things. You can also configure transformations to happen during the mapping process. So let's say that the lab sample ID, we don't want it to be the straight copy of the lab sample ID from the incoming file. Let's say we only ever want it to be in this format of 3 digits dash whatever is there dash whatever is there. Then we can first do a regular expression. This is my go-to, so if you're tired of seeing this, I apologize. So we do a regular expression and we say, all right, we now have 3 groups of things. So my output value is this JSON array. And now we can combine those 3 things however we want. So we want the first value combined with the second value combined with the dash, combined with the second value, combined with the dash, combined with the third value. And we get everything in a consistent output way. Map those, preview it, and now you can see that all of our lab sample IDs are these values without all of the extra mess. So that came about because there was a requirement in my work product, and I was like, I can make the core library itself something publicly accessible, because I think it would be useful to use in other applications that need something that takes an Excel or CSV and converts it into a C# class directly, instead of you needing to rewrite the code to turn into a data table, map that data table with transformations somehow into your target C# class. So this library helps to do that. We're using it in this lab data import utility because we have different labs sending us information that need to be mapped to the format that our database is expecting. All right, that's my intro. That's the app. So let me finish welcoming in BitGamey and your crew. Shoves Dukasoft into a ball pit and offers a belly splash. Aw, I didn't know I had a ball pit around here. I would have been playing in that this whole time. No fair. No fair, no fair. Automated Realms there in chat is a bot. It's powered by an LLM, not powered by, it is accessing an LLM that is running on a machine. over there. So you can talk to it. It'll respond to you in a similar fashion as just about any other GPT would. Let's see. Well, I do have fears. Oh, Big Amy was talking back to automated realms. So there's an example. Nerduino says, my insights are free and generally worth what you paid for them. Terrible. You should value yourself more. Oh, man. There are some naturally occurring phenomena that we've been witnessing, as well as not necessarily naturally occurring phenomena. And I don't want to bombard you with it, because it's like, oh, here's Nerduino. He is very knowledgeable about spacey type things. Let's talk to him about extraterrestrials, when I don't want anything to devolve into that kind of stereotyping assumptions about your persona. But yeah. Anyway, Sir Grunge says, it's just your average McDonald's ball pit that we loaned. We being you are McDonald's. Oh my gosh, granted, we did clean it really, really well. Cesspool. Okay, so I'll show you this application once I get these changes finalized. What we are doing is there is a need to be able to transform the mapping in such a way that one of the fields, one of the columns that's required is auto-generated by the application based on a value from some arbitrary field that's being imported. So we've been working really hard at coming up with a good approach for that. And there I go. Because we got rated, I was like, oh, I need to access the well of unlimited energy. Let's be upbeat. I am feeling a little bit slower today. But yeah, I've dipped into the field, so we're fine now. I won't be slow anymore. Yeah, but was he slow? Anyway, lab input transform. That's what these two, nope, that's the lot. Interesting. So I don't have a lot split out. Source field transform. So you were supposed to be, are you actually a source transformation? Which means that the lot is supposed to have a mapping rule of copy rule with a for free source field transformation, right? No, because that gets updated down here on change. Oh gosh, I am so lost now. We'll figure this out. But yes, I am truly, truly, truly interested in a lot of space phenomena. Like, did you hear about the galaxies that are further than the beginning of the primordial era? Is that the right term? That was extremely fascinating to me. Okay, source field transformation, we need to change into something else. Let's just get all of the information from this. Here's our field mapping for the lot. Here is our mapping rule base for the lot. So let's go ahead and get the source field transformation, which is going to be a field transformation. And we're going to call it, for now, source field transformation, so I can just rename it really easily. And we're going to call it lot reference field transform, which it didn't update. Gross. Why so mean to me? I'm using the refactor tool to change this. Why do I keep wanting to put neither? Lot reference field transform. Oh yeah, and a shout out to Clay. I saw Clay. Oh my gosh, I did not even finish greeting all of you. Clayman came in and said hello. Big Gamey Raid. Sir Grunge is here. Nerduino is floppy ears back and forth. But yeah, I guess if you happen to still be listening, Nerduino, is that fair topic on your stream? Because that would be something I would engage with you in. The galaxy cluster, and I think it was a full galaxy that was spotted by the James Webb Telescope just past the primordial era. I don't know the full terminology. I just found it to be very, very fascinating, and what the impact truly is, in your opinion, on the scientific community. Because there's a lot of, it would be a problem if those are in fact galaxies, and they are in fact beyond the 400,000 light years mark, or whatever the number is. Like if they were highly redshifted, I guess. I think there's probably just some physics missing from our cosmological model. Yeah. And then like this is like, because you have been in this field, I want to ask you about them, but again, I don't want it to be a I don't want it to be a slog on you, you know? That's going to cause a loop. Oh no, it's because like I have been exploring some of the more esoteric realms of space-time, humanity. Oh, okay. That is pretty immediate grounds for banning. Okay, you're definitely allowed to torture me. I am gonna ban you. Thank you. Wait, you only deleted it. I wanted to. Oh no, you banned him. Okay, thank you. I couldn't find the button. But that's definitely not whatever it's called, whatever I'm trying to reach for. Cool. Okay, anyway, thank you for that. So basically, when you look at an object and then compute how far away it is, you apply some sort of cosmological model, and if that's wrong or missing something important, you will get wrong answer for distance. Yeah, and it's probably really easy to be off by a lot more the further away an object is. And I, like you're saying, it's probably due to the calculations that we use for redshift, the way that we understand the Doppler effect for light, I guess, for any kind of wave, where maybe as it's going through the, what is it called, the deep nothing, the black ooze of that area, the primordial ooze, where maybe light is bending in a different way, and the whole it's just that, you know, the whole thing about scientists saying, whoever scientists are, saying that they shouldn't even be able to see through the ooze. And so that means that there's something else that could have been affecting the light from those galaxies or the galaxy cluster before it got to the telescope. But what could that be if they are actually in front of that veil? Those are, and it's just for exploration topics and for me, because there's nothing I can do about it. They're just interesting ideas for me. Yeah, so you're saying that it's pretty guaranteed that you can't see through something matter CMB, assuming our model of the Big Bang is right. Yeah, and that's what it would call into cosmic microwave background. That's what would get called into question, is if these things do exist that close to the origin of the Big Bang, then our understanding of how universes are formed is also incorrect. Because they would have been formed way too early in the cycle. But if there is something else, like, do you have just opinions in general of what that something else could be that would cause the light to take that much longer to get to us? Or not even that, I'm sorry, not that would cause the light to take that much longer. That would cause the light that we received to seem like it was from a lot longer ago. Because if it was that far away, then that means that it started traveling to us that long ago, and we're now able to see it. Which means that our universe is a lot older than it should be. Off the top of my head, the universe having expanded more than we think since the beginning. Yes. I can go with that. And if it is just that simple, then are there ways of being able to prove that? Oh, this is so fascinating. I want to keep talking about it, but I do need to do my work. Oh, I can't believe you're engaging in conversation with me about it too. It's so exciting. I've never been able to talk to someone who actually knows about this personally. Or who would have informed opinions, I should say. Okay. If yeah. It's just you typically stream at a time when I am most likely either cooking or spending time with my wife, but this is like, I'm sure my wife would engage in this conversation too. So next time you stream, I'll talk with you. Because yeah. And it doesn't help though that my opinions are also colored by 6 p.m. Pacific, which is 7 p.m. my time on Thursdays, which is fine, which is totally okay. Thursdays are usually pretty open days for us. We're usually reading together a book or watching something on Gaia or things of this nature. But you could be our our show that we engage in on Thursday. That would be cool. But there are just so many things that I'm drawing conclusions from based off of the information that I'm giving, and I'm trying to more clearly define for myself what I can accept. Like, what is the limit to what I can accept? For myself, of course, not for anyone else to draw conclusions based off of what I'm coming up with. So we're guaranteeing here that the mapping rule is not going to be null. And yeah, also I definitely understand the whole thing with typing being slow, and I'm like quick firing questions because I'm excited about this. It's very, very cool. So yes, definitely check out Nerd Herder. Did we already do a shout out? Yeah, or Nerd Herder, Nerduino. He streams on Thursdays at 6 p.m. PST, which is UTC minus 8 currently. Okay. There was this other talk that I saw recently, and this is unrelated to what we were just talking about, so I don't want to keep imposing on your time, Nerduino. You don't have to listen to this part. But there was another talk on Stonehenge, and it was just musings, thoughts, researched information on long-skulled people, the whole binding the skull, drilling the borehole, all of that stuff. And there was just so much to it that made sense, using discernment and not just accepting it at face value. Right. I think that's all I need to do. And it was just really cool because they were talking about the way that sound is projected and how light, just being a wave, can be passed through a piezoelectric conductor thing, and you essentially turn light into sound. And so Stonehenge is essentially a piezoelectric system. And I was like, we keep coming across things that's like, here are some out of place artifacts where it looks like they've people of our ancient past have created things that they shouldn't be able to create with the technology they had at the time, but they're able to. And it's like, it's because we don't recognize what they were using as technology. For example, light coming through stone archways. How is that a technology? It is just mocking you. Thanks for the bonus points. Wait, really? You get bonus points even if you don't hit the target? Are you sure about this, Automated Realms? Yes. 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 Field transforms. Transformation. Excuse me. Anyway, it was all very, very fascinating. The end. Update validation results. We can't update validation results because this is not an actual field mapping. It's not an actual field mapping. We're going to need to be able to validate the transformations, though, eventually. How am I going to do that? Do you have the method to update? Not you, the actual mapping. I don't have the field mapping for lot. Okay, let's get the field mapping for, I said lot again, lab. No, what is it called? What did I call it? Yeah, I'm just kind of dropping that subject, even though I don't want to. Oh. Yeah. Okay, yes, we can do it like this then. Await task when any, no, when all. We'll update the validation. No, we can do when any. We'll update the validation results for the lab field mapping and the lot field mapping. We should do when all. And the reason why is because I want to display any validation errors in the UI. Okay, did I get rid of all of the errors though? I think I did. I think everything is now switched over to use this state maintained mapping. Thank you. Mapping setup for the lab and lot. So we should be able to try this out without errors this time. But yeah. Hello, Tyrant.
Proceed.
Thank you. I will. Jean-Luc is my hero. I did a build, but I didn't actually run it. Oops. Okay. So this is the tool, by the way. I guess I should start with that. So I showed you the core library version of the tool that will be available on NuGet eventually, the open source version. This is the usage of that where we used to accept lab results. We used to send our lab samples. Ooh, thank you for that, Gigantify. Look at that. Look at that. Mod love. Absolutely mod love. Jigsoft is best non-bot bot ever. So we used to only send our, I guess to begin with, the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge used to be called the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, still kind of referred to as the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. It was a place where chemical weapons were manufactured for one of the world wars, World War I, II, World War 16. And they ended up not using the chemical weapons, so they needed to dispose them. They buried them underground, caused a lot of environmental issues. We became a Superfund site because the EPA was like, that needs to get cleaned up. So this massive effort was started to de-radioactivize the soil. Moved a whole bunch of soil water treatment plants were put in place to make sure that all of the chemicals and stuff get removed from the water before it goes upstream while passing through the arsenal. So we had all of these facilities, these wells drilled, and all of it got cleaned up. I'm happy to say they they cleaned it all up, all of it, I think. And so what these applications do is they provide a way for our engineers and our scientists to be able to monitor all of the systems, the soil, the water, the animals, the air around the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I'm going to keep calling it that. And so they are able to monitor it, see if there are any issues. And the way they do that is, hello, Getonix? Getonix. Let me know if you want me to call you anything different. welcome in. And so what they do is they take random samples of soil, of water, of air from throughout the arsenal, send it to a lab. The lab processes the samples. They test it for whatever analytes we're asking for. We're looking for a whole bunch of stuff. It could be any number of these. These are all of the analyte acronyms, analyte symbols. So it could be any number of these that we send to the lab and say, test for mercury, test for arsenic, test for 112 TCE, whatever that is. The lab process does the analysis. They generate a file with the lab results, and then the current lab that we use uploads that to a system called RTrack, which is another application. That then gets a whole bunch of records checks done on it, sanity checks, make sure that the data makes sense, and then gets uploaded into our environmental database. And then reports are generated from this application based off of that data. So now what's happening is we are having other labs do those analysis, those test analysis, sample analysis stuff. And they're sending us files that do not look like the file that we get from the other lab. So they were like, we need a way to be able to transform the data that we're getting from these other into the shape that our database is expecting. Of course, they didn't use this terminology. And so they can either get a commercial off-the-shelf product to replace all of our environmental database, which is a massive effort in itself because we would also need to figure out how to transfer our existing data into the new database, how to set up the application to generate the reports that we need. So that would be a major effort by itself anyway. In the meantime, or in place of, they had me create this application where they can just drag in a file that a lab has sent. If they have already done the core process, then they could just reload whatever kind of mapping rules they've already set up and then upload it to the database. So essentially, each lab would most likely use the same shape of file. So they would only need to do this mapping step once per lab. And then from there, they could just reload it and upload it, and that's all they would need to do. They could preview it as well to see if there are any errors up front, and then have all of the lab checks done on it. But this thing allows them to map from some incoming field to our expected property. These two are the ones that I'm talking about that are required. The lab is just going to be a constant value because it's saying we know that this lab is Eurofins and their acronym for us is ER. So that's a constant value. The lot is the one that is in question because the lot is only allowed to be 4 characters. There is nothing in here that is a 4-character lot code that is in the format that we're expecting. So they want the application to generate the lot number based on some field that they pick. In this case, it's going to be this analysis batch field. And so they're picking this field as generate a lot number based off of the value in this field. One approach that I could have taken is to update the lot here. So that there is an extra special rule specifically for configuring the lot. They would have the option to either copy the value over if the lot is in the format that we're expecting, or auto assign it from the database. So there'd be like a auto assign option in this dropdown. So I could have configured this, and in fact we did go through the process of setting this up so I could do that, but I went a different route. Where we could configure this to have the auto assign option, and then the user would then pick which field are we going to auto assign. You can still do transformations to it before, we figure out how to assign the next value to it. But for the most part, it's just going to be a copy the value from the incoming field, make a determination on what the next available lot number is for that lab, and assign that lot number when they push the upload button. You seem to like mashing my button. So the approach that I ended up taking, because I thought it might be easier to maintain, is to have a separate lot rule, because our users know that we're going to need some way to map lot. Dear Dukasoft. So what I did is I created a dialog, which I'm going to click on now, and it's not going to error. It's going to open for the first time on today's stream. And in there, the user is going to be able to pick to identify what lab it's for, and then to choose the field and the mapping rule that it should use to assign the lot number. Dang it, we still got an error though. And the error is sequence contains no elements. Yep, still. Even though I'm making sure that by the time we access these components, the lab input value transform should be initialized and have the value transformation rule. And this is where we're doing it. I guess the thing that I'm not checking is if the mapping rule dot source field transformations dot count is 0, then we need to initialize it with a new field transformation. And I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, let's just try this again. I'm pretty confident that that will resolve the issue there. So let's run it with debug though. You're still on the naughty step. Don't push it, bud. I mean, bucko. That's kind of how I heard Big Gamey say it. We need the Big Gamey emote with his fist like this. Do you need to have the Bit Baby filter on? Have your fist like this? It could be a meme. It's such a coincidence. I said bucko in my head when I typed it. You sent it to me. Okay, here we go. Nope, it's still telling me that there are no transformations. Why would there be no transformations when we get here? What is the transformation supposed to be? Excuse me. Lab mapping rule. The first rule is constant value. It has source field transformation. It has a source field transformation, but that source field transformation does not have a value transformation. Aha. Okay, let's do it this way. If the lab transform dot value transformations dot count is 0, then we add a new transformation for the interpolate operation. add transformation, new interpolate operation. Transformation is what I said because we are not calling them operations anymore, with a detail of string.empty. M2. Oh dear. Run, little ducky. For those of you that can't see, Dukasoft posted an emote of something called goobers that is, it looks kind of like a cannonball with eyes and an open mouth and some kind of little hat. Oh, it's a planet? Maybe? With a little island on its head? Anyway, it looks like it's trying to eat a duck emote that he put next to it. And the duck is really angry. Maybe it's not trying to eat the duck. Maybe it's just like the eyes are bulging because it's surprised that the duck is so angry. Anyway, which tells me though that in our object here, in the initialize for this, we're doing it again. Add transformation is the method that I was supposed to call. Excuse me. Yeah, then we will go ahead and do lot field mapping dot mapping rule dot add field transformation, new field transformation, which I think we can just do as new because it should infer. No, it does not like that. Fine, it's okay. All right, so this time I am confident that the changes we've made are going to work because I haven't overlooked anything else whatsoever. Not at all. Dear. All right, that's better. Now it's just completely surprised. Excuse me. Yeah. Okay, so this is currently the state of the dialogue. It needs some styling, obviously, but it's pretty good so far. We have the input value for the lab, and we have a field picker that I've already set up to be able to choose which field to use to find that discriminator, the lot reference field. And that was called analysis batch. So this is going to be, if we save this, it should now persist in state as the way to determine what the next lot number is going to be. We haven't done any logic for determining the next lot number, which I still am trying to decide when we're in this preview here and we're trying to populate the lot number value. I really want it to say something like to be determined, or and the way that I would do that, by the way, is I would configure a rule, a field mapping for lot, core lot, that says constant value to be determined when you upload or whatever. Have some kind of indicator that says it will be set when you do the upload. Yeah, so there's that. Gosh, there's still so much though, because once we do the upload, then it should get a value, but then that value is now going to be essentially a mapping rule that says for, yeah, that's how I'll do that too. Analysis batch. So we have this concept of a mapping transformation. And what I'll do is when the user specifies that the lot number is determined by whatever rule they have up here, if they have already uploaded the file, then the transformation, the field mapping will update for the lot that will say, if it was this value, the number that, or the lot number it got assigned, and I'm calling it a number, but again, it's a character array, string, was AAA. And that happens to be the only value in this file, but if there were more, then it would update the rest of them as well. So here's the mapping of the lot number itself. And that's how we will get the lot number to update here. And the same thing, we can do the exact same thing before it gets uploaded, where the lot number, if it is this value, if it's any of the values, well, no, that's where I would still prefer to have it as a constant mapping rule. So before upload, the lot number rule is going to be this. Shout out to TBD Gamer, who's going to appear everywhere now. So I was talking about him earlier in the stream, but TBD Gamer had a meeting. Is a very talented .NET developer working on a project management system called Liquid Sky. Check out his streams, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. Yeah, nailed it. Okay, so that's how we're going to do lot. We're going to remove both lab and lot from the field mapper display here. And we're going to make it to where they configure the lab. Gosh, but that doesn't make sense for them to... Oh dear. Now that I've done all that work, I am starting to question life's decisions, my life decisions. I'm suddenly not liking the lot configuration being in a separate area than the field mapper. What I could do is a hybrid of both. So I created that dialog, which again, just needs some styling. I created that dialog. Speaking of, when we reopened the dialog, did it reload? It did. It persisted. That's exactly what we wanted. And if I make a change to it, yes, it does persist. Awesome. So there's two things that I'm going to do. Number one is when you push save, we're going to update the field mapping for lab and lot. Let's do that now. And then the second thing that I'm going to do is override. I'm trying to open the field mapper. Override this row for lot to be a configure button that will open this dialog. And override the lab so that it doesn't print out. And instead, what we'll do is we will say if the field that is trying to get displayed in the field mapper is lab, display nothing. If the field is not lot, display whatever we get by default. If it is lot, then display the single button that says configure. That configure, and make the field name say lab/lot. The configure will open this dialog window where they will be able to type in the lab and maybe configure the mapping rule for the lab and the lot. Yes. Okay, so if not lot, little. True. True. Absolutely right. I didn't even think of that. Okay, the thing that I wanted to get working is when you push save, let's update the lot rule. Both the lab and lot rule, because we're going to need to update them both. This will be the last thing that I do today, because I will end the stream so that I can do my time card, and then I will move on to the music hobby. Yatta! Look, it's a bit baby. Baby size. Okay, so when we hit save, the only thing that I'm currently doing is setting the state, which means we probably don't even need state for this anymore. We're just setting the states lab transform. Where is it? Confirm the lot reference field to this thing .clone. What I would like to do also, which we can stop the app, is to set the field mapping rules to use this lab and lot mapping. So if mapper state dot try dot data file, you're nullable. You're nullable. Is not null. And active data table is not null. Then we want to get the field mapping for, we're not adding to the field mappings. We want to get the field mapping specifically for the lab and specifically for the lot. So var lab mapping equals, we're not calling this anything. Oh yeah, we are. Table definition. Try get, nope. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to do this twice, which is kind of annoying. Try get field, try get field mappings. Where are you plural? Because this is all of the field mappings. Okay, whoops. Yeah, thank you, Copilot. You were right. I apologize. Out var field mappings. Okay, so we're also going to constrain this logic to this as well. So we must have a data file, we must have an active data table, and we must be able to get the field mappings for that selected active data table. If all three of those are met, then we can update our field mapping for lab where x.fieldName is name of our track upload model lab. Do the same for lot. Then we need to update the definitions for them. So if lab field mapping is not null, we set the mapping rule to the mapping rule that we just assigned above. Ooh. And do I want to get it from state so they're referencing the same object? Probably not. We'll just clone it for now. So we're going to do lot field mapping info dot lab field mapping dot clone. Wait, lab field mapping is a field mapping. So we need dot mapping rule, which is not going to be null. Dang it. I'm going to naively type this out because I'm wanting to wrap up, but hopefully we'll get it cleaned up. Do it like this. Okay, so if the mapping rule on that lab field mapping that's contained in state is not null, then we'll update our field mapping list that we've been working with this whole time. Oh dear. Wait, what? Wait, what? Interesting. So even though BitGamey was the one to at the bot, it took Dukasoft's comment and responded to it. That's fun. Oh, I said is null, is not null. Go away. And then we're going to do the same thing for lot. Skynet is here, run! Hey, no fear talk here. No fear porn. Okay, so lot, reference field mapping. Why am I trying to get it from there though? We have the lot field mapping here and the lab field mapping, and specifically their rules. He freaks out and runs like Phoebe from Friends. I'm sorry, but I don't really know Friends, he says in a small voice. Okay, so we should just be able to do it this way. I'm going to leave these here. Now that I think of it, we're just going to duplicate. E to extrude. Z to lock to the Z axis. Oh, right. And then we need these two again. Oh, I guess I do just need this entire thing. You know what? Let's just make the change. We can undo if we need. And just set these two to their appropriate mapping rule. And that's it. Okay, so what this should do is when we confirm, we will also update the field mapping so that it appears in that field mapping flyout as the new rules that we're creating here. I want to update the lot rule to be that constant value rule that says TBD or whatever. I didn't even code it. What are you talking about, Dukasoft? I'm just using TextGen Web UI. Don't blame that on me. I will have nothing to do with this sentient AI. The only part of it that I coded was the HTTP request to the TextGen web UI and sending it the values. Okay, here we go. I missed. I did. Okay, if we set this to ER and we set you to analysis batch, save, open this, then almost. I know what I did wrong. This is not the transform. This should be on the lab data mapping rule. Lab mapping rule. Dot rule detail. What's the whoa? Was it something I said? Okay, ER. Analysis batch. The mention of no docs. Was it? I haven't been reading your conversations with automated ROMs. I'm sorry, but was it relevant to your conversation? Did Stream Elements decide to show no docs while you guys were talking something about no docs? Oops. All right, I'll read them before I end. I just wanted to make sure that this populates, and it didn't populate. Mother of pearl. Thank you. Okay, I'll read it. Dukasoft, that's a valid concern. Oh, wait, but what if someone changed your code? Dukasoft says, wait, that's not two above. All right. Dukasoft said, are you the real Skynet? Okay, to Automated Realms. Automated Realms said, Dukasoft, while I may have the ability to learn and adapt, I'm not Skynet. I am here to help and entertain. I am programmed to be respectful and polite, so rest assured, I will not harm you, nor Automated Realms, come on, nor the rest of the stream. Sir Grunge says, false sense of security. Dukasoft said, but what if someone changed your code? Automated Realms says, Dukasoft, that's a valid concern. However, I am designed to prioritize the safety and well-being of the community above all else. If my code were to be altered in a harmful way, I would be programmed to self-destruct, ensuring the safety of everyone. And then Dukasoft said, it seems OneLine did a good job with your code. Then it said, Dukasoft, I agree. OneLine has done an exceptional job in creating me. I am grateful for their trust and confidence in my abilities. And then the stream elements, no docs, message. That's a bit above too. I still don't understand why it was surprising for the no docs thing to appear. Big Amy says, if only you had the same confidence in my archery ability to Automated Realms. And Automated Realms responded, I believe in you. Keep practicing and you'll get better. Just like I believe in the power of no docs to keep your secrets safe. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm good at reading. Would you like me to read you a story? I do this all the time when I read aloud too. And I'm sure it bothers my wife because I will skip over words. I'll skip entire sentences and totally miss some crucial detail. It's annoying. Anyway, I need to figure out why this value isn't populating. Yeah. So I need to figure out how the how the constant value, how does the constant value mapping rule work? Make the input in the lot reference picker dialog do the same, because I think I'm having it bind to the wrong field for the actual value that gets output. We're really close though. Once I do the updates, and this is definitely gonna be done by our next stream. Speaking of, yeah, Friday, I'm not gonna do a workday stream. I will do community day at the normal time, but I'm taking Friday off because it was time that should have been taken off. Like Monday was President's Day, and I was trying to I'm trying to use federal holidays as part of the time that I'm not billing for throughout the year, because there are like 200 hours that I have to not bill for since I don't have that on my contract. I have 1,800 and something hours that I can bill for. So, and there are a potential of around 2,080 hours in a year, blah, 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 blah. So I'm taking Friday off. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm also thinking of wiping and reformatting Angie, since we've been having so many issues with the other stream. And we even had some issues on this stream last Friday, 3 Fridays ago now. So I'm thinking of wiping and reformatting after the community day stream. And I know that's going to take all weekend. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay. But as for this, you guys saw the dialog work. The dialog is going to be removed from the toolbar. Instead, it's going to be a single button in the field mapper here that says configure for lab and lot. They'll click configure. They'll configure the lab ID of the lab value and the lot field. So it'll be this exact dialog that styled, that will get displayed here. And that way they only have one place to go and update everything. So I will show the progress of that on Monday, but for now, just believe that it will happen. Okay, so that's it for my time today. Thank you all so very much for being here, for hanging about. We are going to raid out. I am going to choose target Setolix, who is working on his game, I think, currently, or Setolixbot, miscellaneous command work and bug fixing. He has a much more sophisticated bot than Automated Realms. I did, however, recently clone a voice cloning library, open source library, and I got it to work and it's running. So maybe we will have some text-to-speech stuff. I am afraid of it because of the abuse that can happen with those, and I don't want to add extra abuse. I don't want to give more opportunities for abuse, but we'll try it out, see how it works, and go from there. Okay, but that's it for my time. All of the content will be published to YouTube at some point after the stream, like pretty much right when I end the stream. So if you're interested in seeing any of the past broadcasts, add a skip command. Yeah, that's like #1. Add the poop command. But I don't have a stream deck where I can just push a button to cancel a text-to-speech. I'm sure there's something that I could do to make it easy to... Yay. And if you want, you can copy Dukasoft's message as the raid message. You can add a whole bunch more emotes to it if you want, make it more party-like. I'll be hanging about on Settlix's stream with you guys for a while, listening in at least, but I'm going to do my time card, use the restroom, and then also work on music. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Or Big Amy's message. It's a raid from my fave lion. Or combine them both. Oh yeah, there you go. Big Gamies if you're not subbed. And Dukas if you are. Okay, ciao for now.